Dore chiara, ore imekada preya karasa, sukuri, mikita preya sholotare, ekreyasa, bisikito tuye ata, urosi, yadare, Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Lane Soul. And I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward on my channel. I put a thing out earlier today that I was going to talk about Yahweh and Mall and what have you. However, in my searching, Spirit decided to take me in a similar uh, direction, but then actually took me to the wars that are taking place right now, right? Because you're talking about the Canaanites and you're talking about the Libyans, okay? And interesting, I found that the Muslims and Christians, they're considered to be more of the Canaanites, okay? And then you have the Jewish, more of being the Libyans, okay? You have 12, right? Okay. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm not here to debate with you. I'm here to just bring forward what Spirit showed me. And the title of my channel today is My Ancestry Rabbit Hole. Okay? Because we're looking into information with regards to the Canaanites and the Libyans. It brought me to, okay, people are saying with regards to timelines, okay? You know, my channel is not for everybody. And if you're not interested in this type of topic, or you just want to come in and, you know, be a troll and throw shit at me and what have you, and try and fight with me because of a belief that you have or what have you, I'm just bringing it and putting it all together. Okay? So you don't have to be in my channel. You like me, hate me, love me, loathe me. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll push you up. You know, you'll even want to punch me upside the head at times. And, you know, hey, you can answer yourself, but by all means, bring it energetically. And, you know, sometimes it's just sitting with it, okay? Because I found out that, you know, they say it happened with, like, when I looked into it and I asked whether it happened with two brothers, but it was more said that they were cousins, but was there more to it? Okay, because if you take two cousins and their parents, both parents are a set of twins, their mother and father are a twin set to the other two, or the other one, okay? Then you have the two that will look identical and they will be DNA wise more so siblings than cousins. So, strangely, with regards to this, Spirit took me to my own genealogy to look at my own family because, you know, the timelines are wrong. Okay. So, and as Spirit had me look into my timelines and go through things and what have you, it brought me to my nanny and grandpa on my mom's side. And as I said that, it was 432, if any of you are familiar with the frequency of 432. Now, it's not so easy to bring this stuff forward, okay? Because they say about two half brothers. they say two cousins. So if you looked at the two brothers, okay, the two brothers each had a child, okay, and two of those children married one another. Those cousins married. Okay? I'm talking about my grandmother and my grandfather. Their fathers were brothers, and the grandfather married a Levi, which her descendants were Halevi. Now, when I look back at my sixth grade granddad, okay, because here, allow me, I'm going to read something because this is where spirit took me. Which descendants are considered to be the descendants of the Levites? Okay. So, descendants of the Levites are individuals who trace their para-aligned ancestry back to Levi, which I did right there. Okay. So, to the one that's involved in this, hang on because you think you feel ill now. Back to Levi, the three sons of Jacob and Leah. So John was beheaded. John the Baptist was beheaded, scalped. Okay? Seventh great granddaddy was scalped. But before that, he had a 1 year old son, 1.5 year old son, and a daughter on the way. Okay? In Jewish tradition, the tribe of Levi is set apart for special religious service. And today, they are categorized into two main groups based on their lineage. Okay, so Koharim, priests, direct prelim, I can't pronounce that word, descendants of Aaron, the brother of Moses, who was the first high priest. So Moses, yeah, okay, the high priest. Levites, Leo, descendants of Levi through his own sons, Rishon, Kohath, and Merari, excluding the direct line of Aaron, my fourth great granddaddy, Rishon, Yamataya, Misotohimoi. So my sixth great granddaddy, okay, he went by many names. Jacob being one of ¿Qué más hay? Oh, see, yeah, I say that the sword baron, he expects her patrilineal moon, can't pronounce that word, lineage, status as a Levite for him is passed down specifically through the father. So David Levy had Mary Levy, which is my second great grandma, and their son had my grand, their son, sorry, Joan Duncan, had my grandfather, and their son, how do I do that? Duncan was his brother. So they had my grandfather's father and my grandmother's father because they were brothers. And his name was James. So David and James, sound familiar? Having me look at this. I have something mixed up. Give me one second. Yeah. Maybe I should have said, oh, everything back here full of it. Well, just be patient. Here it is, Nanny. And there's Grabby right there. Get out of my way. Move the papers. Move the papers. Okay. I appreciate your patience. You know, I was 2 years old, and I thought you were so kind of thinking, this, you know. Hey, and it just so happens that Christoph, that Saint Christopher would be my is their father. Okay, so because John did it, and I Okay, so my grandmother's grandfather was the brother to my grandfather's father. So got it right here. I'm just trying to believe me, I know how fucked up it sounds. Okay, so so my grandfather's father, yeah, it's like trying to figure this out. Weird. There he is. Oh, the Levy is on my grandmother's side, not my grandfather's side. Ah! I just looked because Elizabeth Levy is my grandmother's grandmother. So she's my they're the great Grammy on my grandmother's side, not on my grandfather's side, but on my grandmother's side. So I highlighted the wrong person when it should have been that's yeah, okay. So that would be the representation of the Mary. So one side was the Mary and one side was the Joseph or John because it was John, and then the last name, and then he had James, and then he had his son James, and I got the place. So it's on my grandmother's side. So on my grandmother's side is the Levites. On my grandfather's side is Canaanites. Fucker! Whoa. So their son was actually Yeah, because John David was the second great grandson to Jake. Where's my? Thank you, Spirit. But you see that they were my grandfather's father and my grandmother's grandfather were brothers. Great grandfather, sorry. And then her grandfather. So was John and James twins? Fucker, 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 fucker. Twins run in the family. So that would explain some of the pictures that I've seen that just didn't make sense. Because they're supposed to be the same person. They look similar, but they weren't fully identical. But they were said supposed to be the same people. Goddamn. Yeah. Like, right, man. It's like, rip her apart. You see, come on. It's still bring it on. Is that why when I went to the Freemasons Lodge, you dismissed me? I could feel your energy. I knew that every name that I mentioned to you, you damn near fucking shit yourself. Is it a coincidence that, I end up like, my maiden name just happens to be very similar to the man that I married, dropped MC, and then come to find out that on my father's side, he's actually related through one of my great or third great uncle who dropped the MC on his name. See, I said I'm going down my ancestry genealogy, like my ancestry rabbit hole. I've been down it a number of times because, on my grandma, this now I know it's Nanny's side. Correct this, Nanny. So it was supposed to be my mom. See, this is why spirit gets me to do this stuff here. And is it a coincidence that my ex-husband before me married a Levy, and, people can deny all they want about who's a Freemason and who's not. Vorresti porche molto tu, eh? Yes, tu, huh? I even had at one point on my TikTok, I had someone message me and ask me if I wanted to join the Freemasons. But see, when I went in to the lodge, we're supposed to be one of the main lodges, and every name I mentioned, were like first it was when I went into one building and I said I want to talk to someone, which they encourage you to come in. It's on your website, we encourage you. So, and my ex-husband was with me. I read body language. So, dude, you blew your cover. Now, when I went in, okay, I went into one part of the place, and they told me, "Oh, well, there's nobody really here. There's just one person." So I went in the office, and there was a woman there, and I told her like what I was here for. And then a man came, you know. So then, I started dropping names. Oh, well, they're not consistent. They're not consistent. They're not here. But every time I dropped a name, it was really freaking strange. And they actually did give me two with similar names, but hey, I know that was just a runaround. Hmm. Because for there only being one person in the office and nobody came in through the door, and I never heard no other doors open, all of a sudden there were six other men there. And strangely, my ex work, and then all of a sudden he said about his grandfather. Well, we don't do that. They were very polite to him, but very dismissive. Because my ex-husband did tell me that he said that he went to try to be with the Freemasons because his grandfather was one, which, that wouldn't that automatically get you in? From what I've read, that's the highest chances of getting in. You know, not all Freemasons are trying to keep the secrets, just the ones that want to hoard it. So I did. I found it rather strange because I read body language. Not only do I read body language, but I was reading their minds. And you figure, get a group of men and crowd. See, the thing is, that you didn't get or catch. I'm not, like, I may appear to be physically well, but those ancestors are with me all the time. And they're the ones who direct me to go. Because, a Freemason, okay, they know certain things, right? And if you were somebody and you walked in exhibiting traits of what they speak of, and they get dismissed, right? There's something strange there. Very strange because it's like I know my grandfather on my father's side associated with Freemasons because my lawyer was one, and I actually had a friend who was a Freemason. And one day, strangely, like when COVID hit, like he was like, "Since when did you? Since when did you start taking pictures?" It's really strange. Or well, not when did you start taking pictures? How did you work? When did you start? See, is it a coincidence that my lawyer just happened to have many dealings with my grandfather through my grandfather's profession, which my grandfather's profession, those were a lot of what the Masons were built up with, builders, bricklayers, stonemasons. What was it? Trying to like it's right there of what my he was oh yes, and my ex he uh the one that works with iron and they shoe horses and everything like that. It's right there on the tip of my tongue because I knew it before, but they don't want me to bring it out. Keep hearing the word Holtec, but he wasn't that. I'm trying to bring it up. Kisimwe, and then we can talk. I know it's trying to come up, and it's like it's blocked right there, right at the head. They were back in the old, like really old times. Blacksmith, thank you, right there. So my grandfather and my lawyer would hang out at farms together. Okay, so for me to end up with a lawyer who knew my grandfather, who was a Freemason, and my lawyer and his father would always bring, like, my lawyer's father would always bring his horses to my grandfather to shoot or shop. and my lawyer would go with him. Then my lawyer would go to him to have his relationship shot. So is it a coincidence that I ended up finding like randomly calling him and going to him? Yeah, highly unlikely. Because I found it strange because when my oldest son was born, my grandfather brought a new snowsuit to him, and my grandfather never bought anything. Oh, yeah. So on my grandmother's side of my great great grammy on my grandmother's side, they were Levi's, Halevi. They were the Jewish, and then my grandfather's side were more of the Catholic, Christian, what have you. Climbing up Jacob's ladder, great granddaddy, Doresimota, Karecito Purukito Turia, no? So is it a coincidence that my ex-husband first married a Levy? And his last name is the same as mine. You just drop the MC. Is it a coincidence? Like, he said his grandfather was a Freemason, and the quickest way to get in Freemason is to have a grandfather or a father that was a Freemason. Is that why all those times that you said you wanted to bury me or you wanted to kill me? Did you like? Was there some sort of ritual done on you, and now you just give it up to everybody? Because I find it very suspicious when people, they could just say it the day before, and then all of a sudden, oh well, I forget. So they use it as a short-term memory. But wasn't it said that in your book that Christ would say they know not what they do or say because when you look within certain affiliations to be a free man, you have to basically give up your soul and then you look. So you give up your body. And was it a coincidence that one night I was laying on my couch and I saw and I was like half awake, but I was half asleep, like I was just conscious. And it was like I had these beings and they kept like they were just vibrating really hard, like really fast. There was two of them vibrating very fast, and then all of a sudden it was like a flash, and then they were human. So is that the representation of Cain and Eve? Because it was actually Cain and Eve. Adam was the father of Eve, or maybe the step. People say, "Well, why do you go back?" It's like, why didn't you doing this? Why are you talking about it? Because I can and I choose to. And if you don't like me talking about it, well, I have to ask you, why is it offending you so bad? Or why are you so worried and concerned about it? Because I have had, like, family members, why don't you look at that stuff? No family, yeah, it is. So now I know that it was my grandmother, and it was her grandfather who married the Levy. So her grandmother was a descendant of the Levy, Halevi. And is it a coincidence that my sixth great granddaddy only had one full sister, and the rest of his siblings were half. But she hadn't been born before her father died. She was still in the belly when he got scalped. So, so specifically through the father, and she was very ill. Why didn't you take me killing, corrupt Jack? I simply doesn't have the full one here. Watch this. That's why, they, John David. It's easier to look at something. My great aunt, I don't know if she used to refer to me as being like Lucinda or Jacinda. Jesus, that sounds like the fairy tale of Cinderella, Lucinda and Lucinda, Drusilla. What the fuck? What the holy fucking son of a bitch, man? No wonder it got fucking seen fuck up. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Holy fucking arsehole. No wonder you're fucking blaming yourself. Okay. Oh my god. Yes, that is. Okay. So when I look up, so not only was Elizabeth leaving Mary to John, John. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Okay, go back here. She's the mother. That's where we went. It's like, so, she's the mother of Calvin. This is where it gets picked up. Okay, so she is the mother to my grandmother's grandfather. No wonder it's fucked up because on my grandfather's side and my grandmother's side, my first cousins are also my second cousins. Son of a bitch. Now I have to question, like, why was it that my family, okay, on my mom's side, they had a copy of the genealogy. But when I asked to borrow it, I was either ignored or told, oh, here, we'll give you certain pieces out of it, of what we think is relevant. Excuse me. Yeah, so my grandfather's grandmother was my grandmother's great grandmother. I don't know. Fuck, man. So they were in a fishing community. So Mary Elizabeth, the fishing community, was Jewish. Fucker! God damn! guides me to go look. So my question is, like, why were my my family members, so much hoarding the ancestry line? Because every time I asked, well, first it was my one of my aunts had it, and I even told her like, hey, I will buy the ink and pay for the printing of it, but no, would send me what she thought was relevant. You don't know. You had no clue what I was fucking looking for. Or did you? Because I also found out that my sixth great granddaddy was married to how did they spell it? Let's Tulisikamakan. Ni ma ni cara kutu tu kuya karisia nui. Kisara. Ala kutu kia sukuria hanwe cara. Kita tu lay, which is, lay, L-E-Y. Which, if you look it up, it can be low. Is that why you were trying to hoard it from me? Because isn't it your family who will try and belittle my uncle and flash their what is it? Their fishing rights in his face, or hunting rights in his face to my uncle. No matter what side you look on the family, you are indigenous. You may even be more indigenous than those ones that are saying they are indigenous. Did I go there? Yes, I did. Because Spirit had me go there earlier. Because Spirit had me looking at the Canaanites and the Levites, had me looking at two native tribes around me right now. One gets treated better than the other because one is directly adjacent to the highway, where the other one is put off in a fucking secluded area where they cannot build anything. And they are the ones that are on the residential school land or thereabouts. So that again is the part of the Canaanites and the Levites, and one thinks it's better than the other, and the other one just gets fucking thrown and cast aside and told they're dirty. If you went to each of these places, you would see the fucking difference of who got more than what. And it just so happens that the one on the more wealthier land, one of their chiefs or affiliations to the council, got put in jail for 4.5 years for fraud of $4 million. And it just so happens that, hey, I just live about 20 minutes up the road from where my sixth great granddaddy was born. I don't see things as coincidences. So my question is, like, people say, I don't care about that stuff. Like, okay, you don't care about that stuff, but I see other people in my family looking up the genealogy because, I had my great aunt when I was talking to her. She said, well, hey, if you get a hold of it, she said, let me, like, can you let me have a copy of it? So I didn't just have a copy handed over to me for me to be able to go look. I had to look all over. And I went through hell doing it. Because once you start looking into things like that and you start putting the pieces together, the ones that don't want you to know, and they'll say, "Oh, you're paranoid." No, I'm not. You're talking about the Levites and the Canaanites, and you're telling me that I'm fucking loony? You have the Muslim Christian, you have the Jewish Christian. Let's see here, because you know, I want you to take a look at Canada and the United States because that's where the actual fight is taking place. They're just trying to like put it out there. You look at what they're doing you say in Canada the Muslims are taking over, and you say in the United States the Jewish are taking over. You getting it? Come on, come on, that's what I think. It's are Muslims descendants of the Canaanites? Genetic studies indicate that many modern Libyan populations, including Palestinian, Muslims, uh, Lebanese, both Muslim and Christian, and other Levantine Arabs are direct descendants of the ancient Canaanites, which people have said, like Canaan, Canaan. What sounds so fucking familiar? Canaan, Canada. So, yeah. Okay. See anything familiar? So the Mi'kmaq, or sorry, the Mohawk, right? They were here before the Mi'kmaq. So that was River. The Micmac Mi'kmaq came and took the land from the Mohawk. Or there's another way of spelling it, Kewedck or something like that. So they actually came and stole their land, did the same thing as what they're saying that, you know, the European settlers are doing, which it wasn't actually the European settlers at all, they're actually British. So more of the Roman Empire. See, look at it this way: who Roman Empire actually didn't want to kill Jesus. It was the Jewish who ordered it done. Or, was it that infiltration between the two infiltrating on each other? So people are telling people, go back to where you came from. And all of it was one right there when I said that. Oh, so two families came from the same family, only different places. So my grandmother, okay, if you look at it this way, the years between my grandmother and my grandfather were many. And in some ways, it's, I've been questioning my own paternity. Was my grandmother questioning her paternity? Because in certain religions, they would marry their own children. Because they said with Adam, and you say with Adam, there was an age difference there. So, there's the Levy in there, and they were merging the families together, the Levites and the Canaanites. But both of them actually came from the Levites, well, the Levites, because, she was my grandmother's or my second great Grammy's grandmother and my grandmother's great grandmother. So it always comes down to the two tribes. Like I said, the reserves that I'm around here, I look at one reserve and holy shit, it's a long highway, and all you see is shops, like marijuana shops and freaking there's a gas station there. Like, it's very built up. So why were they given the best spot and the other ones cast out into the barren land? So that's what they are, the barren land. But I looked into their stuff, and they're like, you know, they have no room or way to build infrastructure. And, they're getting that big flexibility. They're not even near her. They're not even close to it. They're not even close to a main road. They're put off in the middle of butt fuck nowhere. And if you go there, all you see is like their houses aren't being fixed up. They are the ones that, they're finding their family members fucking dead under a bridge. See? This is why you're fucking ignorant people. Very, 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 very fucking ignorant. Trying to say You colonize us, you don't mind fucking fighting over the money, the land, the very thing that fucking colonized you, right? You don't mind reaping the benefits. Meanwhile, the ones that are strong, they're the ones that are cast off in the fucking corner somewhere to fuck nowhere. And all they want is their fishing and hunting. And you can't even fucking give them that. Que botoncito por ahí. Quieto por ahí. Out there with your fucking statue, holding the fucking torch. Que botoncito por ahí. Es su cura. That's why I get so irritated and aggravated when it comes to the indigenous stuff, and you keep blaming us for it. I said your own people took it from you. So to that professor that goes to the truth and reconciliation stuff, I don't like you. You are a fucking asshole, phony, fake. And you are a racist as they come. And you made that perfectly clear. And you're a professor at a university. The university ought to be a fucking shame to themselves for having someone like you on their staff. Goosey, he's nothing to look up to. Because he'd sell you out quicker than he would give you a fucking dollar. And he's trying to teach his granddaughter to be just like him. Kisito porequito porecarea sahana. Just so you know, the Micmac actually came from Asia. So no, you weren't the first ones here at all. The ones that were the first ones here are the ones that are in barren land. The ones you actually took the land from. Go do your own work. Go do your own genealogy. You might find out something. Oh no, you don't want to do that because that'll implicate you. How did it get from my genealogy? Because it is. It's my ancestry. It's one side of my grandmother and one side of my grandfather. It's both sides made it. Just different. So those ones who tell to go back where they came from, they did go back to where they came from. Both sides. And you're still fighting with the same fucking shit. Shame. You say you evolved. Into what? Pure ignorance? Just like porque no knows that. It's like the Masons and Templars, and even they're intertwined together. Which, is the native in the church. And the government all connected together. Gurisito preto toy, emos tuto moy shatara sa Christitoy. Stick up for the people. Whether you think I'm insulting you or not, I'm sifting through the shit, what you call the shit show. The family members that wouldn't, you know, didn't want to make it easy for, or some people looking through that to find out it's like shit. Couldn't even let me pay for a coffee. I was able to buy all the ink that was needed and even willing to pay for the printouts. Shit, I already spent over 300, about $300 or more getting my sixth grade granddaddy's deeds. So my aunt, she kept like blocking me from it. Why would you do that? Why would you keep blocking me? She kept telling me, "Oh, I'll contact the uncle. Not her husband, but my uncle, my mother's brother. Oh, I'll contact him and ask if you can get it. And why won't you give me the number and let me do it for myself? You wouldn't even let me talk to my uncle, your husband. Anytime I asked to talk to him, you wouldn't let me. And now I'm going to question you. Why? Because you started looking at me. He said, "Don't do it." Is that why I don't get invited to family functions anymore? Which you know, that's what off my ass. That's gas I gotta pay. You see, I look back at how my mom was treated. Everybody kept her small. And I know, like, by looking at pictures, there were two fucking versions. So did my mother have a sister that nobody really knew about, but knew about? Twins did run in the family. And twins, did they run in my father's family? Who knows? Because in those times, they used to take twin siblings away to separate them from each other. And then it was always a devastating because the stuff that I've been observing and people were trying to help me, even though the proof was shown and there, I've seen many people who look exactly like each other. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I'm looking through my ancestry, and the same people that will scream about their ancestors have probably not even looked into anything, just went by what they were told. Because uh, these two reserves, they don't like each other. I think and where I live, I looked up with regards to child or human trafficking, and the area where it has the biggest infrastructure of ban just happens to be in that place. 10 minutes away from where my sixth grade granddad. And it just so happens that where my father grew up was about 15 minutes from the other resort. And it's a coincidence that, back in the late 1700s, early 1800s, my mother's family and my father's family were married into each other. And is it a coincidence that it's my mother and my father? And then my sixth grade granddaddy's mother happened to be the one that has the same last name as my mother. Because everybody from the island actually found their way back to the city, just more from each other. And is it a coincidence that I've always been put in places where I was either adjacent to a graveyard or living in an ex-funeral home? And to top it all off, always on a property that is shaped much like a triangle. Do you know what the triangle symbolizes? Because it's a nexus. It's like right down the fort. Because it was told I live where the devil. I live in the devil. I live where the devil is. And it just so happens that with the big mom, this is where they're digging right now. They're going to put in, they have like their museums and everything like that. But the other people that are saying they don't get it. The larger one, the one bringing in all the shit calls of money, they're getting like almost 70. We'll get to that. Okay, 2024 report showed revenue for the high up one, the one that has, you know, access to the highway so can make a lot of profit. And they're on a main highway, but the other group is put off in a corner somewhere. And they're the ones that are mostly drug addicted. So the big one has a revenue of 69.8 million driven by gaming, tobacco, real estate, and fisheries. You're blowing up, what is it, Gaza? They're blowing up Gaza and they're stripping it there and there because what? They want to build resorts, right? And anybody who supports those resorts, you make me ill because you are supporting genocide, whether you want to admit to it or not. and those families were once families. So you have the fake incident, like, you have the guilt, the ones who say that they're the victims, but they were actually the aggressors. And then they claim themselves to be victims of it. But the same thing, but from a different perspective of the white. You came from Asia, okay? You're talking about back 12,000 years ago, where but people were like this white man with the, okay? And they came over with what to this 20,000 to 50,000 years, or 20,000 to 50,000 years ago. Até vamos! Simultaneidade, mãe. Am I crazy? Only to those who don't fucking understand. Estou porque eu vou. Era que I remember, and everybody treated me really because I got freaked out. We're at the hospital, and my mom, she was in palliative care, okay? Which, I stopped giving her oxygen. She did for 2 years or what have you. She even asked for a lung transplant, which, if you stop smoking, you can actually qualify for one. But I didn't find out till years after she passed. People said, "Oh, no, I wasn't there because I couldn't even go see my mother in the hospital. So let alone but that wasn't the conversation at that. But we were in the room, and there was a bunch of us. It was me and my sisters, my dad, my mom's brother's first wife, and then another one of my aunts, I think on my dad's side, and my oldest son and my youngest son, and my nephews. There was a couple others that were there. They weren't coming, but the nurses stopped them because my sister and I, my oldest sister and I, we freaked out. When she died, and I took, and I went like that, and my other sister, she was kind of pulling at it, and I went like that. And as I went like that, all of a sudden, my mom went, and her eyes just went, oh, and it freaked me out, and I took back, and I started freaking out. What's wrong with you? So I kind of like was crying, everything like that, and I had to try and get myself sat down. I was crying, and my mom, she looks over and she's like, "Yeah, I'm okay. It's okay." So I went over. I got up and I went over, and I just walked up here. When my grandmother on my dad's side died, I go in the room and her vital signs would change. They would come up, like when people get excited. And she would look at me and there'd be no light on. Could you dim the light, please? And then I told her, because my aunt told me to go home. I told her, I said, I'll be back. And she looked at me and she's like, "No." It's like, I'll be back. 4:30, I got a call to come into the hospital to my home. I got there, and it wasn't like anybody, my father. It was my cousin. And I just dropped. And then the pastor said, "Don't anybody go and see my grandfather because he was in the hospital dying of cancer. Don't anybody go see him." It's like, yeah, fuck you. That's my grandfather and his wife just passed. So I got my ex-husband and my youngest son. We were here. And I went into I went to the room and I looked. And I went to my grandfather. I went to the desk. Heck, where is he? So they took me and that's in my ear. I'm like arguing with him, telling him, no, that's not him. Because I was looking for a big fucking stocking man. But he wasn't stocking. So I went in and I'm like, hi, Grampy, how are you? Oh, not too bad. Jean was in to see me through the night. And I was like, oh, was she? He said, yes. I said, what did she have to say? She just told me that it was okay. Everything was going to be okay. And that day I laid with him. He was in the bed and one of the kids, I think it was my mom and my oldest son maybe, who gave my grandfather a teddy bear. He gave him a teddy bear. And he had the teddy bear and I was laying and I was sitting in the chair like this and I was going like this. My arm wanted him and that's it. My grandfather died, what, 2 weeks after my grandmother. I wanted to tear my uncle apart. Oh, people say, why are you telling us stuff? Because I can. Because I have, like, it's like you asshole. It's like with the Canaanites and the BBIs, like there's something hidden there. Yeah, but God, that is supernatural to see the way. And it's a joy. It's a lie about a child. Que someone to create it. It's still the same. Different. It's like when you look at back at what you say Jesus and John were cousins. It was actually Yeshua. Jesus was, okay. So Yeshua and John, okay, John was the crazy, but John and Yeshua looked pretty much alike. So there was something that happened, and they ended up that switched places. And that was the secret because they said that John was beheaded prior to the Last Supper. But you say that that was John, besides who you perceive to be Jesus. No, that wasn't John. That was Mary Magdalene, Jesus' mother. And I believe John was the, even possibly the grandfather of Jesus or the uncle. But I believe that, John and Joseph were possibly the same person because Joseph was of the world and John was of the world. But he sounded like a crazy because it was actually three: John, Joseph, and Mary. Is it possible Mary Elizabeth was the sister? Maybe it was two brothers, or maybe it was a father, son, and a grandson. So you could say, much like we'll go back to all those mythology believers and we'll go back to Uranus, Kronos, and Zeus, and then Zeus. Because Levi, Levi, brother to Simon. So who did they say Simon was in the books? They always said Jesus referred to Simon, to Peter and Simon, and Levi. You say was on the side of defending Mary Magdalene when it came to Peter, correct? I'm just like, go get your Bible, or if you're a pastor or a priest, you got this, right? So your genealogy is what's happening now. That book is about now, right? The whole book. It's much like the journal, but it's your I tell you, go do your genealogy and then compare it to the Bible and see what you get. Look around you, see what you get. You're saying Yahweh and you're saying more. John was said to be Yahweh, So was Bola Peter? Because I do have a thing here where I channeled and it says "Baka back off Bula," but maybe that's how it was pronounced in those days. Bola? So when you look that up, when I looked that up, it might not be there now, but it said about Peter and Paul. You know, my sixth grade granddaddy always said to me, you know, I can tell that he was a little, but he wasn't, you know, he had a religious seed, much like John, because he also went by John. He went by Jacob. John, Jack. Jock is Jack, right? And he was a Jack of many, a Jack of many trades. So if you take and you look, you say about lawless ones, who are the lawless ones? It's more of the ones, and no offense, but it's more of the ones they say of the indigenous, okay? One side of the indigenous. Because it's two indigenous tribes. Where do you think scalping came from? So the ones that, you know, that talk about Edward Cornwallis, the last name of the one that was scalped during the Edward Cornwallis raids, his name was G. And he was my seventh grade man. The guy that goes to the truth, that's that goes to the truth of reconciliation, right? It's, yeah, so annoying. Take it back. It was like certain words will help you trigger a forget. So he even preached about like the seventh generation, about the seventh generation. And I believe on both sides. Well, there's actually it was like three families. So I even have the seventh side on the other family too. So the seventh generation sides of the three sides of the family. One was the seventh grade Grammy, one name, and then the other one, her family married into my grandfather's family, my seventh grade granddaddy's family. So if you take, okay, and then you, okay, we'll use for Nova Scotia, a lot of people talk about the Melvins and Marys. because my seventh great granddaddy's family married into Melvin's, or Melvin's married into them. And then my seventh great grandma married a Marion. So her son's family married into Melvin's, and she had married children, which made them my sixth great granddaddy's brothers. You know, they tried to leave my grandmother's family out of it. My grandmother and grandfather. These are the descendants of, you know, the seventh great granddaddy that I said his name was G, and he was scalped by every Cornwallis of his. Not even a year later to be top person on like LGBT the Indian Patrol. So in order to be freeman, you had to kill someone. You had to try to take the life of another, and then he got initiated 6 months later. So this is in here. So more than half chance your seventh great granddaddy or sixth great granddaddy is mine because my seventh great granddaddy actually had a family from his first, but two of those children died early because the Acadians took and put contaminated milk and they drank it. But you know, hey, my question is limited to his family. Why the fuck are you picking sides? It's like when they say, "Why are you fighting your fight?" Why, like, you know, am I fighting the fight? Am I fighting someone on the other side of the camera? Besides looking like I'm fighting myself. My channel is Spirit to Spirit. Teachings of going within. That's how you're going to find what it is that you're in search of. So I mean, you say, "I'm where I am," and give a couple of belief whatsoever, and we are ready to find who they are. So, like anything, okay, the government, no matter which government you're looking at, whether you're looking at what you call white man government, or whether you're looking at your indigenous government, they're actually doing the same thing. Only, like some of them, you know, they're really fighting, and then others are just going through the motions. We're in. Hallelujah! You know, like I don't cares you like me? But if you look at me and think I'm being prejudiced or racist or anything like that, you might want to shake the fucking head because, I'm standing up for all of you. So it's the same. You have your Muslims and Christians, you have your Jewish and Christians, then you have the one, they're all, they all come back to the same because they're picking one side or the other. They're just creating different dominations. And, they're taking, some of them are just taking different things from each aspect of each part. And the thunder rolls. God's mad. God's moving that furniture. Or fuck, maybe he's having a little fun and he's going bowling. Que se tu pure kenyai. E kututu shara. Kia tanu isure kuya. And it stands above. Because that's what happens, It's like sending them in, right? Because the reason why that happens is because you don't have yourself grounded. You don't know, you're not connected with spirit to understand why it is you experience what you experience. So it's like that jumper. If you think of crazy, but other people are saying it too. Go watch the movie Matrix. And you have the Mr. Smiths. So Smith isn't the one that goes in and infiltrates. He sends his minions in. But then when his minions come in camp, then that's what he comes in. But you notice he would never go into anyone, he'd send his minions. Que tutto che è noi. So when like with regards to besides, I want to take both sides and I'm going to go clang. And one woman else said that whatever it is with my family, I got to sort this shit out, not knowing that this is how big it went. And she must have knew because when I went to the genealogy, all of a sudden, like one side of the family wasn't anywhere to be found in the genealogy, but they had filed for it, but all the stuff was gone. And then when I told her, she said, "Good luck with that." So I take it that when she said "good luck with that," it means well, many have already tried, and no success. Probably because of themselves too. Because are you doing anything to change it, or are you just screaming and talking about it? What did your brother or your best friend sleep with your girlfriend? Was it a case of what do we call it today? Statutory rape that maybe there was a difference in a couple of years, but a baby came in, right? So you started fighting over the baby, right? Much like Solomon and the two women. The woman that knew that the child was hers wouldn't have let Solomon to cut Eve in half. It happens that, Solomon is my 11th great grandmother. Doesn't matter, like, what's my Google on it? So, I mean, 11th great granddaddy on my grandfather's side, and my 12th great granddaddy on my grandmother's side. This is why I tell people, why you say you're not interested. So if you're not interested, you don't want to know what the fuck are you fighting for. Just, it's like takes me through Revelation to God. When are you going to get over Revelation and actually fucking realize it? Kasi nakakaisip ko promotion. They're showing you how good it is. They have fun electronics then. So what's it telling you? Women had no rights then in certain religions, and this is or what have you. Whatever fucking side you're on. Do you know, talking about baptized, do you know I contacted the pastor of my own church, of the church that my second great granddaddy donated the land to build it. It just so happened it was the same year as Canada was birthed or named, 1867. It's on the it's a plaque on the church. And I asked to be rebaptized, baptized again because I was a baby. So it would be my choice. It was United Roman Catholic Church, and my grandmother she was very religious, going to it, and they went to the church. We were a family. But when I asked about being rebaptized, like you're even just like doing that at my home on my property, which was actually closed down because it was a church prior to this movie. And also a one-room schoolhouse, which were run by church clergy. Oh, I'm not gonna What's a little humility? It's a lot of growth. And is Canada, they have, are they invading the land that belongs to them? You know, because you say in mythology, you say about that the God gave his sons like four corners of the world. So what's supposed to be in the middle? The well, you know, hey, the earth or what, you know, you have to surround it, right? You try to come in at it at four corners. So it's four masculines against one feminine. What was it? King, King George, or what have you? You know, say that to did you know what Bible is? That's what Queen Elizabeth had on you. Or was it King George right around? And then, did you ever hear the Queen refer at that time when she said, she said it to Justin Trudeau. I said, "Spirit will take me where Spirit leads me." And no, I'm not being led blindly because I'm asking plenty of questions along the way. Something you should take advice should do. Fear is because you're afraid of what's coming. Maybe it's your own reflection. That's why I love you. See, you're all sharing your stories, and You still can go on the able part of the sacrifice, which makes me question you. Because Abel, when it was time for the harvest, Cain presented some of his crops as a gift to the Lord. So you say the Lord is Yahweh, but it says that Yahweh is the jealous God and Allah is the Lord. Think of it this way. Allah, okay, what you go through pain and suffering and everything like that. What do you do when you go through pain and suffering? You bawl, right? And then what happens? Like people are saying Yahweh because when is that? When is that moment that you're going Yahweh? When you die, correct? So Yahweh is death. So you worship death and you worship suffering. So you worship sacrifice. So Cain presented some of that to the Lord. Abel also brought a gift, the best portions of the firstborn lambs from his flock. The best portions. Hey, how you like cannibalism? Because Abel was putting forth work, the first sacrifice of the child, and it wasn't his child. Because the mother of the child also had relationship with him. It was Cain's child. And Abel found out, well, more. Abel found out, or, Abel absolutely believed that it was his firstborn. So that's where, you're called a woman of war. But how do you know how she got pregnant by Abel? Maybe that was the first act of physical violence towards a woman. He did sacrifice the best portions of his firstborn flock, lambs of his flock. Sounds like murder. And that's what he was. At the time you say, Cain killed Abel, yes, but not for the reason she was told. Because that would make Cain not the first one, nor was he the one sacrifice. He sacrificed himself to save you from Abel. But you'll keep going on. It's right there in your book. Was the one who killed, and he sacrificed a child, possibly even like a child out of what we perceive to be rape. do? Find her with her brother Cain and got jealous. Yahweh, one of death, because that's what Yahweh is. But in your things, you say God of, like, you have God of grace, you have jealous God, and then Boa. Well, that's, that's the suffering. That's the human suffering because you're fucking crying all the time. It is like not Babylon, but that. So that was a separation of the Canaanite and the Levite. There were people on Abel's side that was good with that because you think it was like Adam and Eve and Cain and then that they all no, no, no. If you think the word Eve used before that, they just come up with that. That was just sitting on there. Sure, that. You know, flood, they hide underground. What happens? What are they doing right now? Your government officials are saying that they're going underground because they believe that the earth is going to be destroyed by an atomic bomb or whatever. It's the energy, right? So they're going underground. And then when, what you perceive to be the radiation fallout and it gets up, then, they come up and then, you have the distorted people of the book, the distortion of the ones that survive the radiation. But then you call them savages. But then they come up and, they help them all around you. You say the Nephilims, okay? You say that they're mountains and everything like that, and people were living in the mountains. Is it possible that the Nephilims were actually, when you find them in those spaces of what you say is hills and mountains and stuff like that what they were doing was they were covering over the people to protect them? But you can't see that. There's no possible way. They cover them and say, cut into us. That would be your caves and tunnels and that. That's too crazy, right? Even though people are finding remnants of these forms of ones that I'm speaking of, right? You're even finding the fucking caves inside, right? It's a good thing. You say they were terrorizing people. You find them in caves, right? You finding treasure in caves, right? What is it? A wave of energy comes flowing through it, especially if it's hot. It just melts it like love. That's too much common sense for people who want to talk about common sense. So people are like, no matter who your ancestors are, talk about spirit, but I'm going to ask you if you actually experienced all the old languages are still there. Where do you think I got the languages I speak from? I might be able to always put it into English words, and sometimes it's because it's all coming out so fucking fast, and there's so many versions of it coming out. That, hey, finally, somebody who can fucking speak our language. Jesus, boy, I feel it's like people look at me with 100 heads, and when I just did that, maybe you're wondering what the fuck she did that for? Because it was like an energetic wave got thrown at me, and I blocked it. And when I blocked it, it ricochets off and goes back to center with the same intent that they had for me. It's like you're fighting over Yahweh's God, Allah's God, and you're not seeing what God actually is. Man-made laws, but then you have the universal laws that the man-made laws took out of existence, took out of the public eye. So, what is I'm going to say, I hear the word law, law, because with karma, it's what you put out is what you get back. So you can put out the light of karma, or you can put out the shadow of karma, or you can be balanced and not giving or taking or receiving. Okay, how do I explain this? Because it's karma is beginning and it's karma's never. It only ends when you stop. Like if you want to stop bad karma, then you have to stop studying bad karma. Like what you're seeing right now. You know, there's a feeling. There's certain individuals that don't like you speaking about karma. Why would that be? If they knew exactly who and what karma was. Mhm. Karma is both the shadow and the light. Karma is the balance between the two, the yin, the yang. But it's also a separation from itself because it neither is nor is. It just exists. So karma is existence. Then what would that make karma? Living by the law of one is living with the repercussions of either way of what you receive, what you give. It's the same as, you know, like you're going in you're going on one side, you're saying God's law, okay, and you have these tablets, you have the tablets. You say that's God's law. Hey, turd ass, you're my 10th and 11th grade granddaddy. No wonder they say I'm attached to fucking grumpy old men. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's more this medium, and I know I've spoken to her. She because she wouldn't like she was supposed to come visit. She was supposed to see me, and then she she yeah, I never got a phone call back from her, and I contacted her, and then she just told me, "What did you see?" Because for that to happen, you had to see something. Considering that she told me that a grumpy old man attached himself to me, and my mother was coming through her to tell me everything was going to be okay. And how do I know that it was mine? Because she kept saying, like, she never had my name, and she said that she had this a person coming in, and they were trying to say their name. Sandy, Sandy, Sandra. So it was like, and it was like that's when my mom in spirit relayed through the woman to tell me that it was going to be okay. And this came right after she told me that a grumpy old man attached himself to me from the time I was first born to the age of 2. Coincidence? You know, okay, King Herod or wherever the hell he was. What was he after? He was after babies, newborn, two books. is that I have a great grandfather named Curtis. Because what you're observing are they are much like the average story. You're watching it unfold. It's are you going to wake up to the truth yet, even though even if it hurts? You don't have to run it. You don't even have to wake up. People are saying that they're going to ship your family members off to fight a war. And the war is actually at home. Many people, some are saying that Babylon is the United States, some are saying Babylon is Canada. Actually, both right, because it was all one continent first. Well, I say continent, but one country. Do you ever look at the word Israel and then you say Raphael, Michael, Gabriel? Some people say it's Isis, Ra, El. Isis was the woman that Osiris the woman. Weren't they? Weren't they talking about is this the same one that Isis was the woman? So the woman gets to force all angels. Well, some. Yes, we are going there. So who was it that was said to have gone to Mary? Not just Mary, but Mary's mother. Went to Mary's mother, told Mary's mother that she was going to Mary, and then went to Mary and said she's going to have Jesus. Gabriel impregnated her? What happened there? He called me archangel, and many people will say in certain versions that they are fallen. Were they fallen, or did they actually want the feminine, who you call Lucifer, or Lilith, or Sophia? But you all refer to Lucifer as being fallen. Did Lucifer fall? He's saying, is Lucifer that version of Yahweh's son, which is not God, it's the God of death. People didn't like me saying that, but it's what it is. The jealous God. So now I was shown and seen that, you know, they actually wanted the feminine. They actually wanted Lucifer to lead. Is Yahweh son of the devil. Like father, like son. Or it did come into my mouth. You think the son is bad, the father's worse. So Yahweh is the death. Who was the death? That was like what you class it as Hades. This Anubis is much like Saint Christopher because Saint Christopher is depicted as dog life. And you say he balanced both Jesus and the devil, which he balanced, but you can only conceive as being the form of God and the devil, which is, you know, truth and lies, or half truth, half lies. So going back and forth, the insanity, because you're being told you have to pick sides. It's like, did I just have a daughter? Because you class Mother Mary as being just the whole species, and you depict Isis as being, well, that's sad. Oh my God. And I just channeled through this to really be a woman, possibly, that Cain was the parent of that child. Cain was an Abel killed the child, sacrificed the child. Same thing. I'm sitting with that because it's trying to sort through that because I asked the question because if somebody did that, a woman would. So sent away, she not father had told me, just like, I know. You think I don't know how fucked up this, but hey, go back and read your Bible and see what makes sense to you. Oh, right, you don't. It's not like to read your Bible, but you'll listen to somebody else tell you it's like there's certain things that the Spirit guides me to the ones that are of most significance. A lot of the other stuff is just all the in between to distract you from the bigger picture. Because if you can distract them and put you here, there, and everywhere else, but to be able to see what the truth really looks like. But hey, it says it in the beginning of Genesis. Abel sacrificed his firstborn, but you think it was an animal. You think to take the feminine as the medicine, right? The plants and the flowers and the animals. You always say about, the sacrifice of your firstborn. So you read stuff. You have somebody else interpret it for you, but you have no real fucking idea what it's going to do. Especially when it's like it's right there in your face. You just have to have the eyes to see it, but first, in order to have the eyes to see it, you have to do it with yourself and your ancestors. If you don't want to know, you don't know. Don't talk about what's happening right now because you're just as much a part of it and the blame for it as anyone else is. So we're all victims and we're all the victimizers. All over the phone. It's like what, look at your crown. They had two sons, right? But there was a daughter. They had two sons, William and Harry. Right? If you have William and Harry, but there's a daughter in there, it's the same as Ball and Yahweh, because Harry was jealous of his brother because of Kate. Story. Maybe that's why she's so clingy. Shit. My channel's gonna go anywhere. It's the same fucking thing. Like you're talking about William actually being one of the Rothschild kids. So seriously, yeah. Hey, shit, I'm not coming on here and telling people that you're eating each other. John was telling people that one. John the Baptist was telling people that. No wonder I kept hearing, "We'll eat the face off you," because I actually heard someone say about eating the face off someone. So is John scalped? You know, because this the scalp, it's like it's scalping it. It's like opening up the crown so you can see the unseen. But you say it's an insanity. Yeah, fucking feels like insanity. To some, it probably looks like an insanity. Who's to say how much fluid? Like they'll say about fluid around the brain, but I'll tell you right now that when I had my experience in 2020 where I got hit between the fucking liver and my body went into a full vibration, like a full massive vibration, and the whole fucking brain was just shaking and it fucking lifted it. So it started pumping gold, and then the swelling went away on my head. But people say, "Oh, that didn't happen at all." Of course, you say that, right? My headache started going away. Everything. I'm not saying go give yourself shaken baby syndrome because it wasn't my neck that was floppy. It was my internal body vibrating. So it was vibrating the brain, but it was my body was full like that, but it was solid. It wasn't flop cocking around like when you see with seizures, where the body's like flimsy. This was full. It was painful, but at the same time, I feel that the universe was saving me. Spirit was saving me. God was saving me. Either that or somebody was actually trying to kill me. It was a flash of light from the sky. Massive fucking lobotomy, huh? But I do thank you for that, whichever side. I saw, like, I don't really think I get, like, sometimes I get, like, the pressure here, but then it's like I shift through the energy through my body. I shift and go through it and I deal with it. I work through the spirit aspect of things. And as I do that, I can feel it moving up my body, and then all of a sudden it comes out and the pressure releases. But, you won't go that way because it's coming from you. Because if you were experiencing it, you can't say the same fucking thing. Chef, my ex-husband said, can I ask what sometimes you have your mask on. But no, it's not about putting a mask on. It's like it's telling somebody don't be who you are because it might start some shit. It might make ourselves uncomfortable or those around us. with all due respect, maybe we're just afraid to show it. And when I say underneath, I mean underneath the flesh. Your true, your true looks. And it's not a physical look. Whether the exterior body is good looking or not. It's not what's on the outside. See, when it comes to monetary, I get you, some are saying that you want to have the coins, saying about going back to gold standards. So, once again, it's an imbalance because the one with the most gold is the one that receives the richest, or the leader with shield. So what you're doing is you're still doing the same thing. You're moving specific countries out, specific areas out because they don't have all the gold because you already got and stole it. I know how powerless work. I even said, when you're looking for treasure, sometimes you have to think like a player, right? Or you have to have an ancestor that knows the play. And then they show you through. It's like I keep hearing my two great grand, seventh, sixth, and seventh grade grandkids say, "Get the fuck off our island." See, they show because I listen to my ancestors. I connect with my ancestors show me their good deeds and their dirty deeds. And they even fight amongst themselves through me. That's why I look like a fool, because it's the DNA, it's the genetics. The genetics that are passed down from your mother to you because you share the same bloodstream, whether you have a story, you share the same bloodstream. That's why when a child passes, that's why the mother just absolutely seems like she was fucking dismissed. It just doesn't fly. It doesn't want to associate with the outside world. Personally, I can't imagine it, but I do come from a it was taking care of other stories that you are yourself. And maybe it was kept secret, who knows? But I also know that I'm experiencing some of those too. I know what it's like. But I'm just one of the lucky ones that actually has the ability to be with her and to be able to have that on. And people think I'm crazy good. It's like when you post secrets. And I think that was one of the biggest fears. And people can say, I'm not right, I'm not right. It's like, you know, it's so cool. You know, it's like healing is painful and people will look at you in different ways. That's as long as you know the name is a name, it's nothing about history. It's like right there. It's like sure pain right there. You know, it's not. It's not that it's eternally. So, Father's not well. I was employed. So the daughter is angry with the father, not because he wanted to control and be over, like be. So that's why with regards to sins, if you look at for context of when I believe in Jesus, okay? When you say Jesus was crucified, half the flock went to Mary, and the other half went to the church in a different way. Talking about, but see, with some, if you mention Mary Magdalene, that's the part where you like you blast the mother as the baby safe at all. So now, if you look at Yahweh and you look at Bola, okay, Yahweh was a jealous God, which that would like resemble much like you're saying about with regards to Lucifer. So Yahweh demonized Lucifer, and is Bola the representation? I say what the representation of Levi, or was it Simon and Levi? Because, like I said earlier, said that Jesus would call Simon Peter because Levi was said to have sided with, like I said, with Mary Magdalene. And then Peter was with Jesus and couldn't understand why said that Jesus, it was the other way around. Why they would like why Jesus would choose Mary Magdalene. There's a lot of certain things taking place in a specific church where there's a church and was Peter homosexual. because when somebody is a specific way, they feel like they have to cover it up because it is um, frowned upon in specific in certain groups, but it that's it infiltrated, was Peter and Paul, because many people say that Paul didn't write nothing. Was Paul a transgender? As you call it today? Was Paul actually originally the prostitute? I'm like, but you'll get angry, but you're questioning, you're already questioning the establishment of it. But what I say could make sense. Why? Because the name, the saint isn't through the saint. It is of the Satan. They are saints of Satan. Because like people say the book of Satan. But like you would say that to me and what have you. But how is how are questioning things and putting things into place blasphemy? Because I didn't give you the scrambled version like you get in your books. I looked and started putting things in its rightful place. It's like each part of the Bible is talking like each version under biblical text or ancient what have you. It's one massive body. It's a passion preference. Just with couples. And then they're scrambling, put all together. If you're living in a multi and it just all goes everywhere. That's why Nikola Tesla referred to himself as he would refer to himself as being like Lucifer. He said about the realms, but he was a mad scientist, right? And you look through the genius in your White House. Oh my. But see, the thing is, in ways he appears like a delusional, blubbering idiot. But in many ways, he's not as stupid as he seems. Some people put a good mask in front of him. Do you really believe that these what you portray to be your gods would put themselves on the front line? No, you keep the original stuff, right? For the most, but then there's ones that, actually a true leader, and they're not afraid to show themselves. It makes them look like a human. Do you know, like Donald Trump is playing both sides, like he's the Jewish and the Christian, but he's playing Muslim and Jews against like Canaanites to Jewish. That's what he's doing. You hear people say, "You got to play a fool to fool a fool." So who's he trying to fool? Because he's only looking like a fool to many. It's like I see both sides. I see good qualities in each. I see bad qualities. But they want to kill each other. You're worse than fucking ants. Oh, wait, you are ants. Look at the way people and then go look at the way ant colonies behave, and then tell me that you're not ants. You tear each other apart like ants when you go to war. When you go to war, your buddy gets torn apart or what have you. What do? You go and you kill it. You bring it back. What do ants do? They have a queen. What do you have? You have the queen. Now you say you have the king, but puts more in the mind of the queen. Because a real king, it's not about being in a suit. Why do you think they call you peasants? Maybe they don't publicly refer to you as your royal subjects. I'm questioning why they should be loyal. Not loyal to So peasants. Peasants sound a lot like peasants. Music keeps stopping. Well, if greed wasn't rampant, wouldn't have the problems of financial problems. But hey, if you're not eating people, you're stealing money. No, seriously. Cannibalism has been allowed. And I'm not laughing about it because they put it right in your face. Did I go there? I did go there because they're infiltrated everywhere. That's how each side got corrupt. That's how you keep the people fighting. Is keep fighting amongst them. They keep fighting amongst themselves just to keep you fighting. Like in the big show, part of me is still like, in the big show, and that's just fucking. It's like the mother, it's like the feminine putting the child in the mother and saying, you have to put myself in the other. I tell you both will fuck yourself in. It's like, you know, this is the genealogy of it. It's been going through time. Fighting over the children, putting the children in the middle of it, sending the children to war to fight your war. The Canaanites were an ancient Semitic speaking civilization in the Levant, modern day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan during the Bronze Age, 2000 to 12,000, 3,000 to 1,200 BC, which in that time they went backwards. You know, you could be. It says that it says born in. It'll say born in 1898 and died in 1836. What does that tell you? That's calendar. That's time moving backwards. So is that what they do? They move time forward, and that's how you keep repeating stuff. If they move time forward, you go forward, and then you move time back, and then you move time forward. So and that's why you keep resetting time. Because you know, I mean to say, like the like you can go back 200,000 years ago and find humans, but yet we're only in 2026. Known for inventing the first alphabet, they lived in independent city states, engaged in trade, and worshipped deities like El and Baal. In the Bible, they are the inhabitants of the promised land denied for conquest by the Israelites. That there didn't even make sense. Sure, how do you look this because so I read when they okay, so the Muslims say that they're good that a good way. The Jewish say the same thing, but what we're seeing says we're shows different. And the two common denominators, let's say, You have Muslim, you have Jewish, but then you have Christian on both sides. So you have this. So who is actually playing both sides? Because what it actually sounds like is it sounds like the Christians are the ones that's playing both sides against them. Because that's the common denominator. So the two sides of Christianity, okay, playful to foolishly. You know, if you're Christian, I don't pick religion. I choose spirit directly. So they both have the common denominator. They have like the Christians on the Jewish side, the Christians on the Muslim side. Playful. So the Christians are playing into the two religions to keep them fighting, so everyone will come to Christianity. So you've got to infiltrate each side. See, it's not about conforming or going either way. It's looking in and finding out who the biggest hypocrites are, who are the ones screaming about certain things. Because I'm going to be honest, I've seen more people that say that they're Christian screw someone over. Because Mary Magdalene's Christianity that she was teaching, it wasn't about religion. It was about the Christ consciousness of seeing what was really happening between the two. Because who is it that's screaming the most? And then, who is it that power that says he's Christian, but he's Jewish and he took an Islam, a Freemason. So when they're fighting, like against Christianity, are they fighting against the God or are they fighting against the religion? Because there's a difference between the two. It's definitely that. It's like, talk about shit that, oh man. But I'm seeing, I'm understanding what I'm being shown because I said that, it was like there was always a Christian on each side. And they've just been constantly fighting with one another, the other two. So what's the common denominator of the ones that you're saying are in your Epstein files and what have you? You're saying they're Christian, but you're also saying they're Jewish. So the Christians claim Jewish, or you'll say it's Jewish playing Christian. It's usually the one that wants to be dominant that will play both sides. Because all you hear Caroline Levitt about Christianity, she has a holier than that. But I swear she's Donald Trump's daughter. And I believe it's Tiffany without all the men, the makeup glamour and this. Because that's not the real Caroline Levitt. Because she was a lot cuter than her. It's like you see these up on TikTok, these ones that are not anonymous. I'm looking into my genealogy. It's great granddaddy and his children. Dad, religion. Because they were the ones trying to expose. but also further. Where, when I read what they were considered the rebels, and the rebels are the ones that they weren't connected to spirit like my 6 foot granddaddy was. So, I will thank my family members that have been knowledgeable for one of them by not handing it over to see things from a different perspective, to be able to go in and actually, you know, look through things where I could page in for page. Because what I was really looking for spirit would just kind of it would just almost be a jumble, whereas on this I could go from different screens and cross reference. Not something that someone else was giving me, but the satisfaction of actually going in and doing the work myself. So that, you know, I screamed, I bawled, I felt like throwing things because it was one shit show of a small of a mess. Yatana que sí que ta para que tengo, even was helping the one that we were really giving us I was helping with the genealogy. And I come to the part where, well, what she was being told from whoever, it's not possible. I was showing her that no, because this person didn't have this child. But no, I was the one that was wrong. But yet, though, I'm the one that spent many, 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 many hours, days, weeks, months, and now I'm working on 2.5 years. But to get it all sorted, it took me about 3 months. And now I make reference to it right now. It looks like it's just small. But I know where everything goes. And when I look, we kept out that part of the family. In the one that I found online, but I still found my way around that. So the reason why they want to shut all this stuff down is because, it's an infinite way that it's free of charge. Unless you guys have to go for the internet, but other than that, it's free of charge. You can go looking for yourself, and you have nobody carrying your ear telling you universities lose money because of this. Even some colleges could lose money from doing this because if people don't care whether or not have a piece of paper that says you have the credentials, you can prove that you have the know-how and the ability to do so. Well, hey, you can get laid in to represent you if they know what they're doing and talking about. You can even represent yourself. Right now, I can be able to represent myself because I stand in the courtroom, and if I got frustrated, they'll just get more right? I know because it happens. It's of that. The land of Canaan was promised to Abraham's descendants. Well, who promised it? And who gave him authority to promise anything? Because wasn't Abram the descendant of Noah, the first man to inhabit the earth? Him and his family, almost like God. Why is it that in certain paintings they have God depicted on a cloud, naked, with another man on a cloud lower than him, and they're touching fingers like, oh no. No, seriously, like it's two men naked connecting fingers. I'll ask, was Adam actually homosexual? And that's where the jealousy came in. I'm allowed to ask this. You gotta go on like all this stuff. I'm just like, hey, you came from somewhere, right? Because it sure as fuck didn't happen the past 100 years or so, as you want to say, like you say about Two Spirited. Oh, it just came out in the book 1950. Which fucking 1950? Because it sure the hell wasn't this one. Like, shit. What did I see? Like, is it to that? Is it to that? How much would it take? Who were considered to be the first, the Canaanites or the Levites? Based on both biblical narrative and archaeological evidence, the Canaanites were in the land first. The Canaanites inhabited the Levant from at least the early Bronze Age. Here it is again, 3500 to 21 BC. So it's like different, like if you look at the way the world is, okay, it's almost like each country, each continent, what have you, it's all living in different time frames. but it's all coming into the multiverse, into all versions of time. Because if that's saying 3,500, 12 BC, well, wait a minute. What year do you say that they had built the temples? So is all that the stuff there, the future? And like I said, and what you're doing is you're seeing the world going backwards. So you're seeing destruction instead of saying, wait a minute, time is moving backwards in some and in forwards in others. So each perception is on a different clock. Because when hey, you're saying our time now is going forward. So, hey, we're in 20, saying we're in 2024, or sorry, 2026. Why did I say 2020? So, so Jesus was in the beginning, as you say, beginning of the new clock. You say we're 2,000 years in. And I was reading the thing, and it said that's how they do the time. You go forward, you go back. You're changing the clock, right? So it's constantly a flip flop. So if they keep changing the time, so right now, what it seems like, if you look in certain countries, it looks like they're devolving instead of evolving. But some of those are the very countries, like you look at the Grand Canyon of what you say with regards to the Grand Canyon. You say there's a sphinx there, or sphinx, whatever you call it. So how old is the Grand Canyon? The Grand Canyon itself is generally considered to be 5 to 6 million years old, carved primarily by the Colorado River. However, the rocks that form the canyon walls are much older, ranging from 250 million to nearly 2 billion years old, representing roughly 40% of Earth's history. Okay, so let me see. So they're saying, like, if you look at the Grand Canyon, you can find what looks like the Phoenix. So is the Phoenix like, okay, is it a rep, like, do they keep building it? what ends up happening is you say the Earth shifts. Okay, so the Grand Canyon is 5 to 6 million years old, but you know, believed to be 2 billion. So on there, they say it looks like the Sphinx. It looks like you have the pyramids, and when like you say about Nephilim and what have you, and the giants and what have you, those earth giants. I know, like Five Islands in Nova Scotia, out towards I don't know, towards Patty Mission, something like that. But out. Oh no, it's out past Great Village. So maybe I'm going the right way. Anyways, my point is, I say out there that an indigenous man took and just started pucking mud in the ocean to build the Five Islands. Wouldn't you have to be a fucking giant to be able to puck mud like that? Wait, look at that. Yeah. And if you look at okay, so it said about the waters, and if you look at the Sphinx and what have you, and it said that if you look back at history, it was lush with plant life around it and everything like that, and then the floodwaters come in, and that along the edge that was the erosion. Semi-funeral love for everyone, and if you're not into this stuff, keep moving unless you're interested in, just you probably say, "Oh, this is good for well." Well, welcome to Noah's Ark. How may we be of service? Okay, so 3,500 to 2021 BCE. So this is where they keep changing clocks. Time. Well, the Israelites, including the tribe of Levi, emerged as a distinct, so saying the Canaanites came first, and while the Israelites, including the tribe of Levi, engaged as a distinct entity much later, generally in the late Bronze Age of early Iron Age, 1200 BC. So it's still going back because you'll say BC and then BCE. I don't know about that. I'm just questioning what fucking keep changing time. So they were in the backwards time, we're in the forwards time. So as we go forward and you look around, like it's like you're evolving because you're going from with regards to women had rights to now they're trying to take away your rights. So it's like you're moving backwards. Watching them trip over something. You might not realize that you've already done it. Is that what a deja vu is? Like a deja vu? Well, a deja vu means you've already done it, right? So you're just walking backwards into it. See, what's current and on there, Leo is a white writer, and the avatars, and Leo chooses to be with the avatars, and he's gifted these gifts of the avatars that the avatars have. And one of them is, manipulate time. You could change time. So when he didn't like what Piper said or how Piper reacted on this series, then he got angry, and when he got angry, it moved time backwards because the little baby didn't get its own way. That's like even in that show, like they go through different periods of time, and they go from what you would perceive dimension to realm to what have you. But you'll say, oh well, that's just fiction. Is it really? Why? Because it's not teaching you it in schools. It's just saying, oh, it's just a book. Well, isn't the stuff they teach you just a book? Why do they not want you to expand outside of the book? Because you might actually learn how to use your own brain. That's right, university probably, because I would have been questioning everything myself. Or spirit would have been, it just would have been sitting like, what? This don't make sense. I don't know everything, but hey, spirit would know. So spirit would bring it through each individual person in different ways. And, the spirit that was connected to the story or the timeline would actually know whether or not it was accurate. And that's where my body reacts. That's why, like, I come on here and, I ask questions why I'm doing everything and what have you. That's someone being open to expanding their mind and learning different perspectives and different aspects and different, like, hearing. It's like I may seem like I live a chaotic world or life, and you may think that, oh, you would help me. Are you truly happy? 'Cause, 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 'cause Because what is happy? I'd rather understand my life than live in denial of it. Yep. Even if I look like the crazy lady. I'm on my way to being the crazy lady with the cats. Yeah, that's but I'm not. Speaking of cats, but he's not just any cat. He's so very all versions of it. So, aren't people tired of them manipulating? Really getting a little fucking seasick. Some of you may not even feel it. And others of you, are you complaining about it? Is it really that big of a deal, as they say? Or is it that part of you that's trying to pick up and you're feeling the shifts in yourself? That's why you're just like, "Ooh, ooh, shit." The earth is moving. You start biting, don't bite your ear. So, super big. Like Canaanites are considered the original indigenous inhabitants of the land of Canaan. Okay, so hey, the Midianites, oh, they lived in the region of over 1,000 years before the Israelites established their own society in the highlands. Levites were a tribe within the 12 tribes of Israel, descendant of Jacob, after named Israel, who was the grandson of Abram in the biblical timeline. It's like you think it's almost like when you hear your own writing, like you hear yourself when you're writing things down, or you just write it down blindly and then not understand aspects of it. In the biblical timeline, the Israelites arrived in Canaan as outsiders or returned according to the Abram narrative generations after the Canaanites were already settled. So that's that part. Okay, let's go back to the Micmac and the Mohawk, or however it's spelled, Kewedcach or something like that, because they were actually here for the Mi'kmaq, and the Mi'kmaq came from Asia and actually came over the Micmac. Probably sure. So I looked in. I did the research. I did the looking in and researching into it. Even verbally, they will say it, but not in your modern verbal, because that may mean that you got to take accountability. So that's why you have these two native reserves fighting, one rich and one living in fucking poverty off in a corner. So it's like the one with the most money, and that doesn't tell you yet that they sold you out, because people are going to be angry and frustrated with you when I say, do you really think, like, the treaties are not put into place for the benefit of the people, because the people really don't benefit anything from the treaties, just the bare minimum. Because that if you look at the band result, like it all together, you'd be asking your and it would be for your own counsel, because, like, white man's government, the money is not dispersed, it goes back into their pockets, and you are selling strikes, and they're already the Cherokees. Look at your Muslim community and how they, which I know this hurts many, and then look at your Jewish, they're very, if you look at it, they're very spiritual oriented. And then if you look at the Christian, it's all about laws and defiance and sin and this and that. And, it gets infiltrated into these other religions. Because from what I read with, they don't see things that way. They'll say, like, you know, it's the Christians that say you worship one God. Well, hey, do you even know what God is? All right, you say Yahweh. Some say, oh, and there was a guy, a Muslim, who explained Allah, what Allah was. Could I recite it right now? No, but I know that I was, like, connected with Allah at one point, and that's when I first started going through my journey. And he thought it would be fun, like, through spirit, by being connected with me. He thought it would be funny when I was doing like this in my ear to just take my finger and shove it in there. just say, "Oh, well, that was just you shoving your finger in your ear." Yeah, right, okay. And that's why I couldn't get it back out. Like, no, seriously. So, when you say about this stuff, do you even understand it? Because it's not about one name. God, that like you say about one name. Well, God doesn't have a name per se, except of like what is it that has for every action is a reaction, or for every people who like to say it for every action there is a reaction because whether you react to it or you don't react to it, it's still a reaction. Okay, so you say about Abram, well, everybody descended from Noah. Noah was one of, or Abram was one of Noah's descendants. So it's that part of who fucked with the will, because they were, if Noah, why would Abram like? It's see that's the thing. Okay, you're fighting over who was given what land when you could actually be living peacefully on the land together, but you'd rather have dominance and control because it makes you feel superior. And I will say that a lot of it, a lot of this fighting, by stepping back and looking and seeing the common denominator that keeps these two tribes fighting one another, the Christianity is the common denominator. Because they'll tell you that you're demonic. You believe a certain way or you experience demonic. I look through the true Christianity, and true Christianity is the Christ consciousness, which the Christ consciousness are the religions that pursue not so much the religion, but the genealogy, the history of how the two families actually come together as one. But it was separated by somebody who wanted to be in control of everything and everyone. So they had to infiltrate themselves into all versions. Met this woman back before she got right into Christianity. Just kind of starting out. And now, like, whenever I go near her, she's just like, that's what she can't. Even when I was explaining to her, I didn't ask her, like, but I could feel her nervousness. Because they teach people to push away people like myself, which is telling them, push the people away because they don't actually believe. That's what Jesus is. So that's what was being referred to as the hypocrites. Because the hypocrite will always pick both sides just to keep the two sides fighting so that you can't see the truth. So Christianity means Christ consciousness. waking up the awareness of self and spirit, true connection to you and God. Not an ape, not someone that says they worship. So if you worship Yahweh, then you're actually worshiping Yah. If you're worshiping Allah, then you're actually worshiping pain and suffering. Like I said, when does Yahweh come into your life? Right? It's when you take that last breath. Because when you take your first breath, when you take your last breath, it's see, the thing is, you don't need to do this. You would have it down in order to be good. It's like, okay, that's what I even question spirit. Spirit wants you questioning different things. Wants you questioning things, not just going blindly. And a jealous God will whip you if you ask questions, and will sentence you to endless suffering and death. So if you are no longer afraid of death, then you are no longer afraid of Yahweh. If you have worked through pain and suffering, then you are no longer like with regards to war. Para Valhalla. If you go watch the series of the movie Frozen 2, Elsa goes to a far off island called Valhalla. Hear the truth about her grandfather and her mother's ancestry. And that was the grandfather, the military grandfather, scalped her mother's ancestry. The chief, one who represented the community, much like my seventh great granddad. Your seventh great granddad, no matter from his first wife or from his second. And that's where the split would have been. Because he had two wives. And I believe that there was a possibility that they were sisters, maybe half sisters. Because from what I found out, the one that passed was younger than the one that he remarried after she passed. So, hey, but they were both young. Like my second great grandpa, he was about like what my grandfather was to my grandma. But I think my grandpa, I don't know if my grandfather was married before her or not. Some might say, try to say no, but I'll even question that. I do have his baptism and birth certificate, copy of it. I just heard how'd you get that? I got my ways. Maybe it's certain ones that did not me genealogy. Spirit surprised me with what I need and shows me where I need to be. I really like the song Imagine Dragons because the video it shows the different beings and how you can actually coexist together with two different humans. People talk about lizard people. They, the Christians playing both sides of the coin to keep you fighting with not only one another but each other. I mean, I don't mean this with you, but I mean separating religion. Because I see one thing that I was talking with Tucker Carlson, and there's somebody like that, they're saying about being the son of Abram through spirit, spiritual, what have you. So that would be religion because Abram's father, he was the opposite of Abraham. He was in the church, and his father was a mystic spirit, through spirituality, not just sitting in a church and preaching about a book, actually experience the truth and understand. So I think Abram wanted to kill his own father, but just keep in mind Abram wanted to sacrifice his firstborn, right? Because God told him to. So death told him to. So Yahweh told so, hey, I said, I'm not someone that, you know, looks at this stuff, like you'll say about the world and what have you, and how it's chaos, and this is going on, and this is going on. I'm about to tell you, you know, okay, you don't want to look, you don't want to see what's really going on. And, you know, keep going and watch. Talk about it. But oh wait, you're not talking about it. You're more so fighting about it because you're choosing because you class them as family, and you know, if you look deep enough in your own genealogy, you're still family. But Abraham's people owns the land. Is there a will? Because you know, this day and age, you have to have a will and go to probate court, and then you know, sometimes in probate court, one will try to screw you over on the other, or you know, secretly have something. Or some people will actually hide wills because you know the land would have been divided equally amongst all the children. So hey, you know, let me see. It arrived in Canaan as outsiders and returned according to Abraham's uh, archaeological and historical view. Modern archaeology suggests that the Israelites were not external conquerors, but rather a group that emerged from within the Canaanite population, primarily setting in settling in the hill country around the 20th century BCE. In this view, the ancestors of the Medites were effectively indigenous Canaanites who eventually separated themselves culturally and religiously. What's your common denominator? Don't they teach you that in school? The common denominator? If I had went to university and took religion, I study of religion, I wouldn't have been able to like really ask those questions and actually see things from a different perspective. Because you know, in the study of religion, they don't teach. They just pick specific ones, and it's ones that you know work for their narrative. Because to me, you know, I'm sorry, I don't understand this part where you think in order to be a pastor or a priest that you have to go through years of fucking university just to study a Bible or a few books. The best teachers, the best priests, pastors are the ones who actually went through experience. It's not about conforming and going to do it for a specific religion. And who do you say God was that told so-and-so they can't be married? Or right, you say was Yahweh, which Yahweh is death. So you worship pain, suffering, and death, and each asks for a sacrifice. Either you sacrifice something or someone else, or you sacrifice yourself. It's not a very nice thought. It's like what happened to God sacrificing himself for his people? But God just keeps running away and hiding in the corner somewhere, or sits on his chair and puts on his suit and tie, and once in a while stands up at a podium and says a few what they perceive to be smart words. Scriviamo tre, non like, they had, who was it? The one of the higher elites within the Jewish community or Israelite or whoever it was. And he was up doing the speech, and he sounded pretty fucking demonic. His real voice came through. And I caught that on TV one day. Those voices, that same voice. But it was like they were all in a room because it had an echo. And it was talking about how stupid people were. I don't know if it's work. And it ended up going wrong. Oh, right, it won't do that because I'm on. Yeah, I won't do it on there because I'm on live stream. Shit ass. Relax. Okay, so here's the video right here. This was in the latter part of 2020. Not too long ago, the fireplace. Charlie Sheen, right? Because now watch. It just pauses. No buffering. It just stops. Now watch. What the? I just restarted it. Anybody know what happened there? Because it just showed them in the house, and then all of a sudden it showed them back in the car. Maybe it was the night, but hey, you heard the voices. Is that not what that guy was doing when he got him? I saw people put it on the internet. Hi there, this is Danielle from Accident Mothers. I've gotten to know your friend. There's a simple dinner that hey, but then you'll say, oh, well, it was just your TV. Really? You really got to dismiss things like that because, many people have caught that happen on their TVs because it was caught by probably a news person and it got leaked because he was taught that the guy, he was talking like that. And then he stopped talking like, and then all of a sudden, if you don't believe this stuff, find out. Seriously, we're talking about this stuff, and all of a sudden, reptilian comes out, like reptile comes up, right? And then the hiss. That's what he did. continents or singing right back. Okay. So you said about the like on that commercial thing from 100, okay? This sound, right? Okay. So I want you to look this way. Okay. A snake hisses, right? Uses its tongue to hiss. Okay. And what else? Like most users do, right? So important. So what do they also do with their tongue? Do they just taste or are they actually smelling something too? Okay. Because back when I first started going through this in 2021, I was sitting with someone and all of a sudden like their face looked really weird. But they turned and they looked at me like, it was fucked up. I was like, what the? And I know it's a drag because people are, when I said about the wings to somebody, oh, well, the dragon was here before that. To be a dragon, the snake had to grow legs, right? It would emerge from the snake. In some cultures, you have just a snake and no leg, like no legs, really. It's just like, it's just going through. As much like what resemble what you would see a cobra or what have you, like going up and it's expanding. Hey, they always tell you it's myth, right? It means my truth. They always want to tell you something like that they don't want you to know. Other times they'll tell you it's myth. Even the guy that does the star, it's like they'll even tell you because they don't want you to know on the other side of it. Doesn't matter what parts you're looking at, they never want you to see the other side because if you see the other side, then you're not going to see the one. You're going to start seeing things different. Just like the snake sitting next to me. I don't even know how the fuck the person did it, but it was just like watching. Like, what the? So now I just, sometimes that same person, I'll go slither away now, and they'll get irritated. But people will try to convince others that I'm just like crazy. well, in your terms, you class that as crazy because you didn't understand God or spirit. Because I don't like saying God because God is like something that people would say, oh well, I think it's superior. Once again, they just said about demons. Woo is like right in there. Like heat it right there. Like holy shit, man. Como parece Gloria. Yeah, totally annoying. Just like get the fuck off me. Yeah, you move so yeah, I can feel it right in here, right across here. Like you hear people saying that Donald Trump wants to bring back institutions. So he said, one hand they say he wants to bring back institutions, and the other hand is like these places for healing. So and if Donald Trump brings back like wants to continue, bring back institutions, I'm not gonna see it. Why, man? All right, but I have to say, you should be the first one to go. You and your you and your ego smokers. Yep, it's like when you go voting, and I will use it in this context because I was scrolling through it last night, and it was like with regards to the government. Okay, let's take it from the context of like watch South Park and who was a comment for what you said about that when you're going through elections, you're either going to get a douche, a wiener, or a dick, but that's only three. So it's like when it came out of my mouth last night, it come out as like with regards to referring to women as piss because women would refer to men as derogatory, but others would get offended by me saying that, but yet those same women that would be offended by that would call another woman a cunt. So how is one comment any different than the other? You got offended by that, the peace laugh, and then when I said the word cunt, you just kind of like those same men that would even say that about women too would refer to them as bags, dirty bags. How do you like being called a dirty bag? 'Cause, you know, Any man that called me a dirty bag would deserve a good punch right in the mouth. But see, like which religion is it? Because I see more Christians treating women like pieces of shit. You know, doesn't J.D. Vance say that all in he's a Christian? Am I mocking you? No, I'm just emphasizing on what you people say. I have the ability to talk about it. I went through my genealogy, so I know what it entails. But hey, you know, because you have a university degree with me and my life to speak on. Because I'm sure that doesn't go. At least not my God. And I don't listen to it, I listen to mine. And mine is spirit. So, you know, meaning of common denominator. Let's see what it says here. Okay. Common denominator regarding statistics. Meaning of common denominator in investigations and research. Okay, so we're going here for those of you who okay. So meaning of common denominator in investigations or research. In investigations and research, a common denominator refers to a shared characteristic theme, factor, or attribute that is present across all members of group, illicit or a set of case studies. Okay, so there's your common denominator. Christianity is the common denominator, but if they're fighting, they're worse than ever. I'm just bringing things forward. What you do with the information is entirely up to you, but I know many of you won't even take the time to actually go in and find out. I just showed you that, in order to find the question, because they'll give to you what they want to give, right? It'll give to you what it wants to give to you. But I didn't word it much differently. All I worded it differently was I put in investigation or research. So would you be able to go to would you be able to just grab a book to find that out and fill it out? Because many of you don't have the book. But if I say books are good, no, you have books because you can use books for the cross-referencing too of the questions that you have. But sometimes it's easier to go here to get a piece of it so that you can go in and see what it is you're searching for. So hey, you do what you will. And hey, with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone who wants to be interested in this, which I'll be great supporting yourself, be your authentic self, be true and kind to yourself, be true and kind to others. I know some people it's hard to question. And if you don't want to question, then don't say shit to those who are, because they have to find out for themselves. And that's the best way to do it anyways. Because if you're sitting there and something just doesn't seem right, question. And then you go search. You ask those questions that you're questioning. And just remember, worded differently. It's called cross referencing. What we do here. Identification. Señor, pero sí que voy a usar. 333.